Root Sports is brought to you by your 7 neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Well, still a traffic jam trying to get into Coors Field for this afternoon's ball game. And guys having fun in the dugout as this game's been delayed just a few minutes. They're doing some final touch-ups on the infield. The meeting with the umpires has already taken place. Jeff Francis, you saw him come in from the bullpen a few minutes ago. He's ready to go, and Jeff's going to take the field. And then Willeen Rosario right behind him comes flying out of the dugout, and the rest of the Rockies. Let's take a look at the Yankees lineup on this Wednesday afternoon. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Brett Gardner will lead things off in center field. Jason Nix is hit all over the lineup. He'll bat second this afternoon. Then Robbie Cano, Vernon Wells, who was 3 for 4 last night, including that 2-run home run in the first inning against Nicasio. Ben Francisco will be in right. Chris Nelson will be at third base. Lyle Overbay will bat 7th at first base. And then Chris Stewart and C.C. Sabathia. So Sabathia in the traditional spot in the batting order for the pitcher. And there's Jeff Francis's repertoire: fastball, curveball, changeup. The changeup's been a tough pitch for him lately.
Well, and you look at the fastball average against it. The changeup has struggled with this. The curveball needs to be an out pitch along with that changeup. What he did in his last starts, 5 innings, 4 hits, or 4 runs, I should say, was able to get the fastball in on right-handers, and that will be important for him to do that. He needs to set the stage early. The opposition hitting near 400 against him at the start of a ball game, and that's not Jeff. Typically, he can handle the first half of that inning, and once you let him get deeper into the games, better chance of success for Jeff Francis.
So Jeff completing his warm-ups as we take a look at the Excel Energy defensive alignment today for the Colorado Rockies. In the outfield, Cargo will be in left, Dexter's in center, Michael Kadire being given the day off, and Eric Young will be in right field. Arenado and Tulowitzki in the lineup at shortstop. Great to see. Josh Rutledge at second with Jordan Pacheco at first base. Willeen Rosario doing the catching. So Troy, after missing the first 2 ball games of this series, he did pinch hit yesterday. He was hit with a curveball. This has been his only appearance. He's out there and ready to go this afternoon. Game time temperature 55 degrees, about 10 degrees warmer than it was last night. And the first pitch of the ball game is in tight, ball 1 at 86 miles an hour on Gardner. Like most leadoff men, you want to keep this guy off base. He is one of the better base stealers in the game. And he truly, George, is a slap and run guy.
Well, that's what he utilizes. He knows what he is. He's not a home run guy. He's not necessarily a triples guy, but he's a guy that can really pull your third baseman in, try to slap the ball by him.
Good curveball. And if Jeff has that kind of bender, it ought to be a good day.
And varying speeds with it, too, from 69 up to 74. But you can see those 90s bend out front, the good rotation of the ball. You watch Gardner's front shoulder. He kind of flinches back on the baseball and can't get a hold of it. Francis, second most wins in Rockies history with a record of 62 and 59. Eric Cook leads it at 72 and 68, followed by Jennings, Jimenez, Estacio, and De La Rosa.
Another 1-2 pitch, and this is blooped to left, and it's going to go foul. If you recall, yesterday, that's how he started out the ball game, with a bloop to left, and then a couple of hitters later, Vernon Wells went deep against Juan Nicasio, who actually, after that first inning, was very, very good.
Still a higher pitch count, and I think, again, I found 27 foul balls yesterday on Juan Nicasio. 27 that they fouled off in 5 innings. That just adds to that pitch count, drives you into counts, 3 counts, 3 ball counts.
Fastball's down, and it's 2-2.
You know, you mentioned in the open about the controversial call at first base yesterday, but I'm going to rewind the tape we hang on to the ball at second and apply the tag, you're not into that position to even worry about that.
Swung on, foul tip held by Rosario, and Francis has struck out Gardner. Jeff Houston is field level once again in this 3-game set. Once again, you have the
where's the other coach?
Umbrella out.
Well, I got the good umbrella, the coach behind me, but I'm looking at Mark Razum right in front of me, and kudos has to go out to him because of what he's had to deal with, not only on this homestand, but really throughout the month of April and May, just trying to get this field ready. The rain comes out right before first pitch, and it's just a lot of work for him. And I know he's sitting out here right now just looking and kind of shaking his head because, man, can I catch a break is what he's thinking.
Well, on the other side of that, what he's thinking too, Jeff, is the importance of these clubs, both clubs, with their starting pitchers. Because if you cover it up again and you've got to shut it down, and it's starting to rain a little bit harder, and you know that better than Drew and I do right now, but it's starting to rain a little bit harder. If they have to cover it up and these guys have to sit for 45 minutes to an hour, it's going to be a bullpen day.
And neither team can afford it. I mean, the Rockies are in action tomorrow in St. Louis. The Yankees will also be in the state of Missouri. They'll be taking on the Royals. And the weather's been, really bad throughout the center of the country and the Northeast as well. Joe Girardi's team at the tail end of this road trip, what would have been an off day, George, they have to now play a double dip in Cleveland.
Yeah, think about that. I mean, because of all the bad weather, and to have an off day to where you know after a long West Coast swing that you're going to have the ability to go back to your home and spend the day off, not now. Double dip in Cleveland.
2-2 on Jason Nix with 1 out. That fastball's off the plate, and it's 3-2. Outfield straight up for Nix. And that misses, ball 4. Home plate umpires Phil Cuzzy today.
Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mo, the ball just a little bit out of the zone. Nix looking for the ball middle half in, a dead pull hitter.
Here's Phil. Tom Hallion is at first base. Ron Kolpa at second. Chris Caccioni's at third base. So the infield creeps in a couple of steps up the middle, looking for 2. Huey, the old adage, 2 in, 2 over, huh?
That's right. And it might change somewhat because of Cano and the way he would pull the ball. So the second baseman might be shifted more into the hole than where the shortstop would be, or where the second baseman normally would be.
Cano is hitless in the series. He's 0 for his last 9, and you hope this continues. For whatever reason, he's never hit the Rockies. 4 for 31 in his career. Way inside, George, that glaze you were talking about that existed, that the grounds crew did a great job of treating about 10 minutes ago with some diamond dry. Now it's starting to glaze up again.
Well, and again, Tom Hallion, you don't want to stand out here. And the worst part for a player, I'll be honest with you folks, is when the jersey gets wet and it's a cool day, it's 55 degrees, you got a little bit of breeze. Even when it quits raining, you'll see a lot of guys change. This is where Keith Schultz down in the locker room, you start getting all those extra jersey tops out in white because they're going to want to change out in between. You put these into the dryer, a lot of different things happen. It can affect your ability to perform.
It also affects the gloves because the gloves start to get heavier and moist, and what you would do during in between pitches where you take the glove off or whatever it may be, that starts to become an issue.
1-2. Well, the good news is this is the big league, so if one pair of gloves gets wet, you hand it up to somebody in the stand.
What? I had the same gamer, brother, for 12 years. Wet, snow, dunked in water. I didn't care.
No, he was talking about batting gloves.
No, I was
batting gloves, yeah, but he's talking about gloves, too.
Glove for the fielders.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about batting gloves.
No, because I'm looking at the guy, I'm looking at Troy, and I'm looking at Josh and Jordan and their gloves, and they just, it's been raining on them now for 5 to 7 minutes. Pretty steady.
And you got your gamer, man. Your gamer's your gamer.
Walt Weiss knows that better than anybody. He kept his gamer for about ever. And now it's encased in his office. 2-2. That pitch just off the plate to Robbie Cano. And good call by home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy, as you can see on the Ford strike zone. And 3-2. That was the changeup.
Joe Girardi's been aggressive in these first 2 games, having guys take off and try to steal a base. 3-2 count. Look to see if he puts Jason Nix in motion.
Yeah, with a lot of guys in his lineup, he's been aggressive. They've stolen 14 consecutive bases, have the Yankees, 17 of their last 18. A wise move by Jeff Francis.
And the other day they stole 4 bases against the left-handed throwing De La Rosa in that ball game. So I would expect it. The Yankees this year 8-4 against left-handed starters.
He takes off and it's fisted to second, and unfortunately Rutledge could not get that baseball in the air. If he can get to it in the air, it's going to be a double play.
That's a fastball that they wanted away from him, but they do get in on the hands, and he couldn't get the bat to it, so it shatters the bat. And probably this wet surface prevented Rutledge from getting a really good break on it. Not sure that he could have got to it anyway.
Dougie's handed me a note with Vernon Wells stepping up. He said Vernon Wells is now the all-time fielding percentage leader of third baseman in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Last night, for the first time in his very long career, he played third base, and we said it. It started the inning. You know the ball's going to find him,
and it did.
It did, and you know it was a relatively easy play, but to his credit, he fielded it and he threw out Carlos Gonzalez. Yep. Oh, 0-1 on Wells. Again, 3 hits last night, including the home run. 0-2 on Wells. Here's the home run he hit against Nicasio. It was a 3-2 fastball.
Still wanted the ball in the outer half and down. It ran back to the middle.
Nix at second. 2-strike count on Wells. Fowler shaded toward left center. That was pitch number 23 of the first inning for Francis. You know, different repertoire, fellas, than Juan Nicasio. Obviously, Juan's a hard thrower. Jeff is not. But somewhat similar in that they don't have big swing and miss pitches.
No, I mean, they're contact guys. They're going to pitch to contact. But you're right. Nicasio doesn't have the slider or curveball. If he had that ability, off the end of the bat.
And it's going to be a 1-0 game for the Yankees. Vernon Wells, broken bat single. Now, how big was that by Joe Girardi to put Nix in motion on the one hopper that was hit to Rutledge? They'd ordinarily been able to get the force, and you'd have 2 outs and a runner at first. You put him in motion, and now a bloop single makes it 1-0 New York.
I see the elevated pitch too. Not a good pitch from Jeff Francis. That ball was up out over the plate after throwing an excellent changeup on a swing and miss. That's about belt high. You can see it on Mike Shaw Subaru Super Mode that ball just stayed up, never got to the point of the knees where Jeff wanted it.
And Francisco takes strike 1. Wells will steal a base on occasion. Jeff had him moving back to the bag on that delivery. 1-1. Vernon, growing up, mentioned this the other day, played with several big leaguers on a Dallas Mustang amateur team. And Huey, you know that's a great program.
Yeah, it is. And I know his dad, Vernon Wells Sr., he's a very accomplished painter. I actually have a painting of his in my study at home from my time down and playing with the Rangers, he made a painting of Nolan Ryan, a limited edition.
1 and 2. There are a lot of folks in baseball that have requested work of Vernon's dad. And now the field is really getting glossed over.
It is. Just looking at that shine that you were talking about, you can very pronounced around second base.
2-2 on Francisco. And a ground ball to third. Arenado goes the short way to Rutledge. In the first inning, a walk. And a base hit by Vernon Wells makes it 1-0 Yankees. Eric Young Jr. stretching and swinging I was going to say a heavy bat, but he's swinging that apparatus that is in most on-deck circles in Major League Baseball, which is extremely heavy. Brings a .302 average into the baseball game, getting ready to go from the right side against CC Sabathia. Rest of Walt Weiss's batting order this afternoon brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Dexter will slide to the 2-hole, where he always hits when EY's in the lineup. Then Tulowitzki in front of Cargo. And Walt Weiss told me earlier he may do this against tough lefties this year. Hit Tulowitzki third, Cargo fourth. Willeen Rosario, where Michael Kadire normally hits. Michael being given the afternoon off. Then Arenado, Jordan Pacheco playing first today. Josh Rutledge and Jeff Francis. Against a guy who has been as good as any true ace in baseball the last 12 years.
89 is what he averages, nearly 90 with the fastball. And you see the average off the fastball, but all the breaking ball stuff is so much better.
I look at him, George, and when I think of CCA, he used to have the really big arm.
And now waiting on something. I'm not sure.
Tom
up, umpires. Yep.
That's Chris Caccione said, you know what? And he's a Colorado kid. He said, it's chilly even for me. I'm used to it out here. So he went inside to the umpire's locker room to get a jacket. Anyhow, to finish the thought, the pitch that I think of with CC now, I think of the slider.
That's a very good slider, and he can command it to both sides of the plate. What he'll do is he'll go to a grip that creates more break on the baseball. Then he'll go back and tighten it up to where it's almost a cutter like Rivera's. What he does well is he handles the damaged part of a lineup, meaning 3 and 4 hole is where you can get hurt very easily if you are making mistakes in a ball game. The 4 holes hit just 105 against him this year.
His velocity is down from his prime. 88 miles an hour on that fastball, 2-0. He's pitched 2 ball games at Coors Field in his career, and he wants to forget both of them, Huey.
Yeah, the last one was way back in early 2003. Not a good outing.
He's given up 10 runs in 10 and a third innings, 14 hits in his 2 appearances at Coors Field. And it's 3-1 on Eric Young Jr.
to throw out there to how good Sabathia has been since his rookie season in 2001. #1 in wins with 195 and only 105 losses. Roy Halladay is second at 188 and 90. Burley at 171, Hudson 170, and Roy Oswalt, who's in extended spring with the Rockies right now, 163.
Three and 2 on Junior. And ball 4. So Eric Young Jr. a leadoff walk. And that gets a rise from the crowd. Dexter Fowler will be coming to the plate. The Yankees defense brought to you by Excel Energy. Make the choices that fit your life, and Excel will provide you the energy to power it. Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. Vernon Wells, Brett Gardner, Ben Francisco in the outfield. The infield has Chris Nelson, Jason Nix, Robbie Cano, Lyle Overbay with Chris Stewart behind the plate. And Dex looks to push a bunt. It goes foul. Good idea. You got a big man on the hill who's going to fall off a little bit toward the third base side, Jeff.
And a wet grass, heavy dirt in the infield, so it's going to create communication problems between the pitcher, the first baseman, and the second baseman.
We saw Dex do that 2-3 games ago and executed it perfectly. Dexter looking for his first knock of the series. And this is toward the hole. Nix is going to be able to get the force on Eric Young. Given these conditions, that's a pretty good play by Jason Nix.
Well, absolutely it is, because this ball's hit over into the hole, so you got to think he's got to plant that lead foot to get balance enough to throw and hope that it doesn't slip out from under him when he plants that right foot down, and then a snap throw to second to Cano.
And you know you have speed both at the plate and on the bases, so factor that in on top of it for Jason.
So here's Tulowitzki, currently second in the National League in hitting behind Carlos Gomez. Tulo at 348, Gomez at 386. Another guy in the National League West is in the third spot. This ball crushed, but it's going to turn foul. Adrian Gonzalez is hitting 343, but Adrian had to come out of the ball game yesterday for the Dodgers, maybe down for a little bit. Yadier Molina, who the Rockies will see over the weekend, hitting 339. And then a rising star for Pittsburgh, Starling Marte at 331. Rockies down 1-0, bottom of inning number 1. Jeff Francis and CC Sabathia. And this ball driven to right center field. It's going to skip on the wet grass. Francisco gets there. Dexter goes first to third. Welcome back, Troy. He's as calm, Jeff Houston, at the plate as I have ever seen him.
Yeah, he's in a good place, and that's why when he misses some games, you miss his bat in the lineup. I mean, this was just a pretty swing, ball away from him, stays on line and on target, drives it to right center field. Great shot from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo.
Cargo. Chance for the Rockies to get after Sabathia here in the first inning and put more negative thoughts in his mind. I mean, I know he's got great confidence. Heck, he's been one of the best pitchers in the game the last decade plus. But he has not performed well in this venue.
Well, in your 90 games above 500, even though that's what he is in his career, even though you come in against a team and in a ballpark that you haven't pitched well in, that sticks in the back of your mind. I don't care who you are.
This is just the 26th career game for Carlos Gonzalez, hitting the cleanup spot. He's been in that one hole early in his Rockies career a fair amount, and then he became a fixture naturally in the coveted 3 spot. He won a batting title hitting third back in 2010. .250 career hitter batting cleanup. Slider count. And Cargo hits it in the air to Vernon Wells. Dexter with the great wheels at third. Here he comes. And the throw is online. Safe at the plate. Bill Cuzzy said Dexter got a hand down. Joe Girardi's going to come out and argue. That's where the grass, Huey, benefited Vernon Wells, because in the air I didn't think it was that strong a throw, but it skipped right on line.
Yeah, but it was a better slide from Dexter Fowler. I mean, this ball skips up to the catcher, but watch Dexter go out to the outside and reach back with his left hand.
Well, I think he tagged him. Did he get him out in front before the hand got in? I think that's the big question Stewart's asking. Did he get him right there before the hand got on top of home plate? It's going to give you a great angle on Mike Shaw Subaru. Watch the hand of Dexter Fowler. He's definitely safe.
Close call, and this one fortunately goes the way of the Rockies. So a sac fly for Cargo, his 19th RBI. We're tied at 1, and Tulowitzki also moved up. Strike one on Rosario. Good job by Cargo down in the count, Jeff, to hang in there.
Yeah, and not take a wild swing. Just put the ball in play, get some elevation on it. It helps when you know you have speed at third base, like a Dexter Fowler or Eric Young Jr., somebody like that, where even a medium to shallow fly ball, that they're going to take that chance and make the outfielder make a perfect throw.
Good situational at bat. 1-1 on Rosario. And Rosario hits it in the air to Brett Gardner. So the Yankees get one off Francis in the top of the first. The Rockies get one off Sabathia in the bottom of the first. In the top of the second, Chris Nelson, Lyle Overbay, and Chris Stewart, 6, 7, and 8 to face Jeff Francis. This afternoon's sideline report is brought to you by the Honey Smoked Fish Company. Secrets in the fire. It's a ready-to-eat superfood and always ready to go, even with an umbrella, is our Jenny Cavnar. Hi, Jenny.
Hey, Drew. Last night we watched Mariano Rivera notch another save. The Colorado Rockies hoping he wasn't going to be making an appearance here at Coors Field. But the all-time saves leader is in his final season of Major League Baseball. And he doesn't want a farewell tour. He wants a thank you tour. That's what he's done with every ballpark he visits for the last time. He thanks those that he says have thankless jobs in Major League Baseball. He did it with the Colorado Rockies yesterday. He spoke to a group of about 20 different employees that were randomly picked, from the grounds crew to some of the secretaries, various departments. They all got to listen to what Rivera had to say, and more importantly, he wants to listen to what they do in a very intimate setting. It just shows the character of this man. And the Rockies closer, Rafael Betancourt, really admires who he is.
Great person, and this is very, very important too. You know what kind of person he is. You know, that's why people's laughing a lot. It's not because what he's doing on the field, but the way he's, you know, with everybody else. The most thing I respect about him is the way he respects the game. It's very important, and you know, I'm very happy he decided to come back for one more year, and also he's doing great.
Betancourt told me he got a chance when he was with the American League, the Cleveland Indians, to talk with Rivera when they played the Yankees, and he said that was such an experience. He always admired him growing up in the game, even before he came a closer. So he definitely has been a role model in this game for a lot of time, and for a lot of time in the future when he's done with the game, I'm sure, guys.
2-1 on Chris Nelson. Jenny, thank you very much. There's not a player in baseball that doesn't have the utmost respect for Mariano Rivera, and the Hall of Famer Goose Gossage, who was quite a closer in his own right, who lives down in Colorado Springs, former Wasson High School graduate, made his way up yesterday just so he could see Mariano Rivera.
Well, he works for him now full-time in spring training as a guest instructor, and even Mariano said about Goose, it's great to have him around so these young guys can learn from him, and that's going to be the guy just like Goose Gossage. That Mariano Rivera will be somebody that these younger players will listen to also.
Francis walks Chris Nelson on 5 pitches, leading off the second, and that'll bring up Overbet.
By the way, DJ LeMahieu extended his hitting streak to 17 games in Colorado Springs this morning. They're winning 5-1. Chris Volstead 5 shutout innings. LeMahieu's hit a home run, now hitting .380.
There's a lot of guys tearing the cover off the ball down in Colorado Springs. AAA club for the Rockies has a lot of good players on it. This ball's hit well to right. EY goes back, makes a catch. He got a good read on that, Huey.
Well, and you have to make a catch like that. We've talked about it extensively. The routes that EY Jr. is taking now in the outfield are better. The jumps that he's getting are better. He turned, he opened the hips, he dropped back and reached up. He ran with his glove by his side, and he didn't have it extended until he needed to go for the baseball.
Tell you what, you got to be proud of Eric Young Jr. for all the work he's put in to clean up his routes and his jumps as an outfielder, originally a second baseman. And honestly, when he first went out there, George, it was rough.
It wasn't very good. Pretty simple. It wasn't good. But he did put a lot of work in the wintertime, improving his routes. The one thing that he doesn't have that he can't get, and that's the stronger arm. I mean, it's just what he was given to play with.
But you know what? It's serviceable now. I mean, he's done so much long tossing, Jeff. If you watch him throw the ball in from the outfield, he'll never be confused with Carlos Gonzalez or even Dexter Fowler next to him. But it's not bad. We've seen a lot worse.
Well, and it's a different throwing motion than what you're accustomed to as an infielder, because the infielder, you bring it up closer to your ear. It's not the long drop back behind and get the long extension on the front side. So it's a completely different motion for him.
Ground ball to third. See if the Rockies can turn it. Good feed by Arenado on to first. Not quite in time. Chris Stewart beat the throw. 2 gone. That'll bring up Sabathia. Who wants tacos? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more during any ball game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies taco special.
You know, the other side of that, you're talking about when you have a weaker arm in the outfield, it's very important that your stronger arms get out. Tulowitzki and Rutledge to shorten that throw up for them, and then it really doesn't show up as often.
Strike 1 on Sabathia. Got good numbers in his career. 3 home runs, hit .238. However, since 2009, hitting just .118. Just doesn't get the reps that you get if you're in the National League. You know, David Price was drafted out of Vanderbilt. There were natural comparisons to Sabathia because both are 6'7". The only difference is David Price doesn't have the girth of Sabathia. He's listed at 6'7", 290, so he could double in the autumn as maybe your left tackle. One, two, and Jeff gets him with a curveball. 1-1 ball game as we go to the bottom of the second. Rutledge for the Rockies as we take a look at this afternoon's injury report brought to you by Connect for Health Colorado. The closer for the Cardinals is done for the year. Jason Mott is going to have Tommy John surgery. In fact, he had it yesterday or 2 days ago now. Jason Mott saved 42 ball games last year, an extremely hard thrower, is out for the season. You know, the Cardinals have withstood injuries. The fact that Albert Pujols signed with the Angels and not the Cardinals, and they just keep winning baseball games. They have the best record in the National League entering play today. They're 21-12. The Giants have a 20-14 record. Atlanta 20-13, and then the Rockies at 19-14.
Well, they're starting to see a lot of those great young arms. Rosenthal, you'll see Shelby Miller over the weekend. They also brought up a kid named Manis. It's a very good control command guy that's pitched out of the bullpen. You mentioned Pujols, no question, a huge loss, but that's that's a year and a half ago that they made up that difference.
Stay fair, and
but don't forget they lost Rafael Furcal too. I mean, he's out. He was their #1 shortstop. Pete Cosmo's come in and hit .260 there and played very adequately defensively. So they've had a lot of things to overcome. You know, Mujica is the guy now that's doing the saves. I compare him to like the Ryan Franklin. You know, and they couldn't find a closer. Ryan Franklin came in and closed until at the end he started to have shoulder problems.
And he struggled in the postseason that 1 year.
And Mujica's 8 for 8 right now. So I mean, it's not going to be surprising that if same type of situation happens that happened with Franklin.
Rockies know Mujica fairly well from his days with San Diego. Here's the 1-1 on Arenado, and that's a strike. 1-2. Rockies will begin a series at Busch Stadium tomorrow night. We'll have all 3 affairs right here on Root Sports. Then it's off to Chicago. And the first time, George, that I ever recall 3 night games at Wrigley.
Yeah, that's a little strange because normally there's a limit on how many they play a year there. It used to be 16. I don't know how many it is now. But to have 3 in a row there, a little different.
I know it didn't happen when you were playing for the Cubs. And chatting with Walt Weiss today, Walt said, I've never seen that.
Well, we didn't play under the lights then.
I forgot.
Lights weren't allowed. Lights weren't allowed in Wrigley Field, but
this ball's well hit center field. Gardner on the move, and he's going to get there. Take extra bases from Nolan Arenado. A 415-foot out.
They're trying to elevate this fastball, get it in on the hands of Arenado. It stayed down. And Arenado goes down and picks this thing right off the ground on a Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo and drives the baseball. He can go get a low pitch with the best of anybody and do it with authority. See Arenado, man, just dadgummit. Thought I got that pretty good. Cool day at the ballpark. Just now 55 degrees, slight breeze blowing in.
Jordan Pacheco takes a strike. This is what your buddies are for in the bullpen.
Well, you know,
it's a shorter trip.
The guys, yeah, exactly. I mean, he probably took those out, dropped them off before the ball game when it got cloudy, and said, "Hey, I'll need these later. Hang on to them. I'll come pick them up."
Jordan 1 for his last 13 at the plate. Got a 1-1 count against Sabathia. 309 average. And that's a bouncing ball to his good friend Chris Nelson. 2 outs. We're going to answer questions during Toyota Talk in the 5th inning. Text Toyota followed by your question to 720-720. And if you're a first-time texter, Toyota will give you a free day pass to the Denver Zoo. Josh Rutledge, 7 for 21 with a home run on this homestand, and he takes a strike. 1 for 4 yesterday.
It's just nice as a player to go up and look at the scoreboard and say, okay, I battled my way back to 252.
Yeah, I don't mind looking at the scoreboard now, right?
Yeah, the other times when it's in the low 200s early in the season, you walk to the plate with your head down. I don't want to look up there.
And I don't care how many line drives you hit for
outs.
outs.
I don't like that. I never like, oh, you keep hitting it hard, you're hitting line drives. I want to hit.
I want to make a left turn at first, not a right turn all the time. I don't want to drag the bat back. I hated it when you come in the dugout and they go, hang with him, it'll get better. Really?
I'm still waiting for that. I don't think those ever even out.
The baseball gods who owe you a number of hits in your post career. And Sabathia on a slider strikes out Rutledge. A 1-2-3 second inning for CC. 1-1. Top of the order against Jeff Francis for New York. Up there, that's our broadcast level. That's the Jumbotron room. And a whole lot of folks doing a lot of work in there. There's Kent and Reed on the right. And there's a wall in the back where they have distinguished people signed through the years. And Mariano Rivera, this is how classy he is. He came upstairs. I don't know if I've ever seen a player on this level. Came upstairs to level 2 and signed the wall, last to wear number 42. Brett Gardner looks at a curveball at 68 miles an hour.
Important inning for Jeff Francis because he's back to the start of their lineup. The walk hurt him with Jason Nix when he was ahead in the count. Now he is behind in the count to Gardner.
Ground ball sharply hit. Oh, Pacheco, what a play.
I think he watched the video last night. Man, was that nice. The video of Todd Helton. It's all about reaction and being able to get to the baseball when it's hit extremely hard. And Jordan does just that. With a slide one-hop catch, Francis goes to cover. No need to.
I was watching Gardner. He was just shaking his head.
That was an in-between hop, and Huey, because of how he had to move laterally, the gloves behind the eyes, that was a good play.
It was, and sometimes you'll just put your glove where you think it's going to go because you can't track it all the way into your glove like you would hope. Now one more look at this, and watch Jordan. He stays low, and it's a quick crossover, and that ball and glove are behind his body.
Two strikes on Jason Nix. You're reminded when you see a play like that Pacheco was a second baseman primarily at New Mexico.
Just a really good athlete.
The other thing that he continues to do, speaking of Jordan Pacheco, is go down to the bullpens and catch a lot of starters in between and before ball games to keep the ability to go behind the plate if need be.
2-2. Tune in tomorrow after the game for Rockies Real Time. This week, go behind closed doors with the man on the hill, Jeff Francis. Check out his workouts, how he scouts an opponent, his throwing program, and then go to the diner with Jeff and George. This is on the ground, Nolan Arenado. Pro hop, fire to first, 2 gone. Well, that'll bring up left fielder / third baseman Vernon Wells. Now, Vernon last night we mentioned, oh, excuse me, he's coming up in a moment. It's Robbie Cano first, but I want to finish the story on Vernon Wells. Vernon last night played third base for the first time in his professional career. Well, it was just his professional career. He said when I was 12, I was playing the infield and I got hit in the mouth, and he said, I'm done with this. And he moved to the outfield. The only other time he'd been in the infield was in high school. This is a ground ball up the middle, and Rutledge can't quite throw him out. That's the first hit for Robbie Cano in the series, an infield hit.
Not really that tough of a play. I mean, just had to stretch, got the nice hop, but the ball did find him, and he was able to get out cargo.
So to finish the story on Vernon Wells, he's in high school now, fellas, and he said everybody in the infield on his high school team, when the report cards came out, failed. So he was moved to shortstop because all those kids had to sit out. And he said that's a true story. He tweeted after the game, he said it was one of the great moments of my career to be able to help the club win and play third base behind Mariano Rivera and actually get a chance. This ball's roped to center field by Wells. He's got 2 knocks today. And with 2 outs, there's 2 on. By the way, as well, it was an historic base hit there for Robbie Cano, number 1,500 in his career. Now Ben Francisco. 594 players with 1,500 hits. Francisco grounded to third his first time up. And this is in the air to shallow center. Dexter will get there, and Jeff works out of it. Middle of 3. We're tied at 1. Coors Field, we're at Petco Park. 2-0 Rockies in game 1, 3-2 Yankees yesterday, 1-1 here in the third. Today's Cold Hard Fact is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. David Phelps batted 8th last night. The last time a Yankee starting pitcher batted anywhere other than 9th in the lineup was back in 1957. Casey Stengel batted Don Larson. That's right, the same Don Larson who threw a perfect game. He batted him in the 8th spot. Stengel actually had the pitcher bat 7th in his career on a few occasions. 24 times 7 or 8 for the pitcher with Casey. 1 ball 1 strike on Francis, batting 9th for the Rockies. EY and Dexter to follow against CC Sabathia. Rockies got a run off him in the first. A 1-2-3 second for Sabathia. 1 out. That's the 1,500th hit baseball for Robinson Cano. AT&T trivia question as Eric Young prepares to hit. Who has played more career games as a Yankee, Robbie Cano or the rest of the 12 active position players combined? Boy, that looks like a setup, doesn't it, Jeff?
It does. It just tells you the injuries that the Yankees have had too.
On the swing, 0-1.
Well, but you got to remember too, Vernon Wells is out there, but as a Yankee.
As a Yankee.
Yeah,
as a Yankee.
Yeah.
As a Yankee.
Here's a push bunt, and Overbay's going to get it to Cano.
Played perfectly too. That was practiced.
That was probably, Jeff, I would imagine, talked about a little bit prior to Young and now Fowler coming up.
Yeah, and for Cano to get over there and make this play, because Lyle Overbay charges fast, so Cano goes over, and the reason he slipped is because he's playing in those molded rubber spikes, so his feet just give out from underneath him. He's still walking around gingerly.
Well, lucky for him, he slipped right into the bag. I wonder if he'll go and change those out.
A lot of guys don't even carry the metal spikes anymore. They just have all those molded ones.
2 outs, nobody on. Dexter at the plate. Reached on a fielder's choice his first time. Fastball's been 88 to 91, George.
And that's plenty good when you're 6'7" with that kind of a plane to go along with the slider and changeup. Just imagine what it was like when it was 95, 97, and still had those other two to go at you with.
Sabathia has always been great. Well, he's been great everywhere, but he's been particularly good in interleague. 23-8 against the National League. Second best winning percentage all time. 1-2. He's won 11 of his last 13 against the National League. In year 5 of an 8-year deal. If you're a general manager, Jeff, and an owner, it's hard to give long-term deals to pitchers because they so frequently get hurt. He's one guy that you go, you know what, man, he doesn't miss.
No, he doesn't, and you talked about his body type, so that would be another question mark, but CC has just been durable as anybody. So that's where sometimes when you're trying to put on your scouting hat and you say, well, this guy, you know, like Mark Pryor, perfect mechanic, shouldn't break down. He does. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason why guys last longer on the hill or they don't get injured compared to other guys.
2-2. This ball's well hit to left center field, but Dexter got under it a smidgen. Vernon Wells goes back, makes the catch. And that's 8 in a row now, retired by CC Sabathia.
Out here on an overcast day. We're all tied up at 1 as we head to the top of the 4th. We are in the thick of Major League Baseball season, but don't forget to go out and support your local high school teams. The Shasta State Baseball Tournament starts with districts this Saturday, and Brody Weiss, of course, the oldest son, or one of the older sons, I should say, of Walt Weiss, will be playing for Regis Jesuit High School to senior year. He's headed off to UCSB last year, and the only thing he's missing this year is his dad. He won't be coaching him. He'll be on the road in St. Louis. But Walt Weiss knows what a fun tournament this is.
I know that's a fun tournament. That's a lot of fun. I've been a part of that the last was it 3-4 years, you know, helping out over there at Regis. So that's a really good time, and Regis always shows up well in that state tournament. So go Raiders.
Well, I can agree with Walt Weiss. I grew up going to the Shasta State Tournament, of course, because my dad was a high school baseball coach for 30-plus years. He's retired this year, so I guess I don't have a loyalty to any particular team, although it was the Regis Jesuit Raiders the last couple of years. I'll go with my alma mater, Smoky Hill High School. They're playing Monarch, and, of course, Jeff, I'll root for Chaparral. We know where that's your son, Cody, plays there, and they have a big game coming up on Saturday, too, so we'll cheer for everyone, I guess.
Well, what about Arapahoe? What about Cherry Creek? What about, oh, never mind.
I can only pick one or two.
Well,
so.
Thank you, Jenny.
Well, we're aligned with Arapahoe. I have a son who's at Arapahoe, so good luck to all those programs.
Yeah, and I'm going to be at the games on Saturday, so I'll see Shap play. There's Legacy. Denver East is there, so I get a chance to watch it. It's such a fun time, high school baseball. I just remember back to my days playing in it, and it's just a special feeling to put on that uniform to play for your high school.
No question about that. Leadoff double by Chris Nelson. Here's Lyle Overbay, who lined to deep right his first time, and that breaking ball misses. 1-1 ball game. We're in the fourth. By the way, Jenny, I'm not buying that your dad Steve has gotten out of coaching altogether, because
he's done this twice.
I know
he has
that
done
he's
this
going
twice.
to be around he's going to be around the baseball field.
Well, every time he said he's going to retire, he won a state championship. So next time he comes back, I guess he'll just have to announce his retirement on day one.
There you go. Been a great baseball coach in this state for a long time.
And you know what? I'll say this. If you don't have any kids playing, it doesn't matter. I mean, this year I've seen probably 40 high school games, 35 to 40 college games. I see the drillers all the time. Go watch some of the players. You read about players in the newspaper, go read about it. Go watch them.
Breaking ball slowly hit to Rutledge. Overbay does his job. He moves Nelson to third with one out. You know, I was in Walt's office for a while this morning, and Brody was sitting there. He had just got done hitting at the cage. He is quite a talent. Middle infielder, as Jenny mentioned, going to UC Santa Barbara next year. And Walt said, I don't know where he got the pop from, but he hits the ball considerably far.
But just watching him take ground balls takes me back to when Walt was playing when I was playing against him in A-ball, because they look just identical.
Like father, like son.
Yep.
Infield in, Chris Stewart, the 8-hole hitter.
If there's a chance for Jeff to get out of this without any damage, it's a good part of the lineup. He's down at the bottom with Stewart and Sabathia.
Jeff's trying to work down into the zone to get that ground ball with the infield playing in. Just saw Tony Pena and their bench coach telling Stewart to get the ball up. So that's a cat and mouse game you play as a hitter and a pitcher.
2 for 12 with runners in scoring position this year for Stewart.
It's Tony Pena. What a great catcher he was.
Caught me in winter ball when he was 15 years old for Aguila.
Amazing. He told me that story. That's that.
And he wasn't. And basically, the Pirates were hiding him out. You couldn't sign till you're 16.
And I assume he had the cannon when he was 15.
Oh yeah, absolutely did.
Talk about a catcher that would fire the ball back to the pitcher. And
he would spread out and get low to the ground even when he was 15 years old and work, throw batting practice to hit with us during. Just couldn't play in the ball games.
He'd throw off his knees to second. The ball would never be more than about 1.5 feet off the ground, or so it seemed. And this will get the job done. Right center field. Coming home is Chris Nelson, and the Yankees manufacture the go-ahead run in the fourth. It's 2-1. Fifth RBI for Stewart.
Did his job as a catcher, as a hitter, with the runner at third and one out. But as this ball got out to Dexter, he had to turn it up a notch or two to go get that baseball. I'm trying to look, and all the flags blowing down, but it seems like there must be some wind above us that may be coming through that left field area of the ballpark.
Sabathia smokes it down the line, just foul. He doesn't like that curveball much.
Not on that swing, not at the one he struck out in the second.
And this is what you build your strikeout totals on. He's standing, he moved right up on top of the plate, too. Throw it again. Just take it off the plate about 1.5 feet. Like that.
And
don't even throw it.
Yeah, CC's going back to the dugout. Rockies will complete the play at first. In the inning, Chris Nelson hurts his former club with a leadoff double. 2-1, New York. Look back. Both the Rockies and Yankees got a run in the first. The Yankees got a run on a Burton Wells punch single to right. Jason Nixwood walk comes around, and the Rockies would get a sac fly from Carlos Gonzalez. Dexter Fowler just eluding the tag by Stewart. She got his hand down right before Stewart made the tag, and then a moment ago, a sac fly off the bat of Chris Stewart. So it's 2-1 Yankees. Twinny Lexus, where luxury has a new address now open in Greenwood Village. Beautiful new store. Go check them out. Now Chris Nelson, who went 0 for his first 11 in a Yankee uniform, had a base hit that was turned into a runner at third as Dexter on that slick grass had trouble fielding it last night, and then he threw out a double a moment ago. So Chris Nelson has helped the Yankees take a 2-1 lead. Tulowitzki, Cargo. This is popped up and out of play. And then Willeen Rosario. Jeff, it's time for the Rockies. I know it's easy to say from up here in the stands or at home watching on the tube. Rockies got to get something going offensively. They had the 2-run home run last night. They had the 2-run home run from Cargo on Tuesday. That's been it offensively, other than the scratch run in the first inning today.
So the way you combat that is if you do get a runner on early with nobody out, that's when you would do the hit and runs to try to create a little bit more offense than just playing station to station.
And Tulo takes a strike. 0-2. Troy with a rocket single to right center his first time up. Troy 6 for 8 on this homestand. Obviously his play has been limited by the slight groin injury. Troy has played in 29 games. He has 28 RBIs. And he works himself back to level in the count, 2-2. Here comes the rain again.
No, you're not missing
anything.
anything.
Here at home. I mean, at home plate. I mean, right above us, it's not raining. Is it raining in the outfield?
Yeah, that's where it's starting, and it's moving in quickly.
And the temperature's dropping.
There was a time for about 15 minutes when it was really nice. Sun was out.
Wait 5 minutes.
We live in Colorado.
3-2. See players try to keep that bat vertical to keep the rain off it and then wipe it down, the barrel part. I've been here 27 years. This is the most inclement spring I can recall.
Just to be in this May, whatever it is, date now, 9th, 10th of May, and to have this kind of weather, really the coolness is unbelievable.
Tulowitzki grounds to Nix, 1 out. Cargo coming up. AT&T trivia question once again. Who's played more career games as a Yankee, Robbie Cano or the rest of the 12 active position players combined? Again, the operative word or words, career games as a Yankee, because obviously Vernon Wells, Lyle Overbay, veteran guys, but Cano's played 1,246 games in pinstripes, and all his buddies in the clubhouse 1,135. The most, almost half the totals, Brett Gardner out in center field. He's played 508. It's pouring now as Cargo takes a strike. Cargo drove in his 19th run of the season with that sac fly to Vernon Wells in the first inning. Rockies down 2-1. Dark clouds beyond the rock pile.
That's the way the wind is blowing. It's coming from that direction.
Gonzalez strikes out on that slider of Sabathia's. That is the second strikeout for CC, and Willie Rosario will come up.
The Camarena Loft, located in center field, is a great option for your group, available for up to 95 people. Make sure you can make that reservation, come out. It is a wonderful place. We've done some broadcasting out there. A little bit of a heavy rain coming down. Not a bad spot to be.
0-1 on Rosario.
We'll be out there. We'll make a couple of telecasts this year from the Camarena Bar.
Jason Nix slides over, and Sabathia has a 1-2-3 inning, and they're going to pull the tarp. Mark Razum talking to the crew chief Tom Hallion and explaining the weather situation. Now, it's not Mark Razum's call, so you know it's Tom Hallion's call, but Mark keeps him abreast of exactly what the weather pattern is in the area and what you can expect in the near future. So after 4 innings of play, game's not official if you're wondering about that. With the Yankees ahead 2-1, we will enter a rain delay. Two runs, 4 hits for the Yankees. A run on just 1 hit for the Rockies. Rubber game of this 3-game set. Rockies heading to St. Louis after the ball game this afternoon. The Yankees moving on to Kansas City. The tarp was on the field up until about an hour before the game. Then they took the tarp off. Neither team hit outside today. And then literally about a couple minutes before 1 o'clock, right around the singing of the national anthem, they had to pull the tarp out again because it began pouring. And now here's the tarp after 4 innings of play. Crazy, crazy spring in Colorado. Well, I guess the good news is it's not snow. When we come back, we will take you to Rockies real time. And of course, we'll keep you updated on what the weather's doing here at 20th and Blake. 2-1, Yankees leading Colorado, end of 4. presented by Mike Shaw Subaru. And after a lengthy rain delay, we are ready for baseball again, thank goodness. We have played 4 innings thus far. The Yankees hold a 2-1 lead in this rubber game between the Rockies and Yankees. The delay will be close to 2 hours when play actually resumes. Both teams back out on the field, throwing and stretching and running a little bit. Drew Goodman back upstairs with George Frazier. I start before we even talk specifically about today. George, I've been here 27 years. You've been here a great number of years. I have never seen a spring like this. It's not just that it's been inclement with the snow and the rain. Obviously with snow you're going to have cold, but here we are on May the 9th. It's cold out.
Yeah, it's cold outside. 50 degrees right now at the ballpark. With all this rain, there's only one person happy. That's the farmers right now. You know, unfortunately, baseball people, and particularly Mark Razum, who's done a wonderful job, but has had to fight this for an awful long time in April and May.
It's been crazy. Let's get down field level again to Jeff Hewson, and he may have a different perspective on all the work that Mark and his crew has done to get this thing prepared.
You know, so much work is involved for these guys to go out there. They put the tarp on, then they have to take it off, fix the field, put the tarp back on because another cell comes through. The field looks immaculate right now considering how much rain has taken place. They put the diamond dry. They put it all out there. So it's a good playing surface right now. Just looking out here at the weather, the wind's kind of changed direction again, so you're not sure if it's going to come back and hit again or not, but right now it's okay. It's probably as good as it's been other than about a 5 or 10 minute stretch early in the first part of this game. I know the hardest thing for a player though is to try to, after 2 hours, recharge and get going again, because your legs have a chance to really sit, and then you have to go out and stretch them, get the legs loose and get the arm loose again.
All right, Jeff, there's Josh Rutledge, Troy Tulowitzki getting ready. Let's tell you about the pitching. Obviously, with the delay of a couple hours, you're not going to see CC Sabathia. You're not going to see Jeff Francis any longer. Adam Warren is going to take over for the Yankees in a long relief role. And there's Warren getting ready. 4-pitch mix on the right side. And Adam Ottavino, former starting pitcher in the Cardinal organization, who has been working in that hybrid role this year. Anyhow, he'll have the baseball here in the 5th inning.
Yeah, and it's a perfect spot for him to come in, normally as he would in a game if you were going to pitch hit or pitch count, whatever, and try to buy 3 innings from him. You know, looking at the Yankee lineup, it does favor them a little bit as far as getting some length out of their pitcher, Warren, only because CC Sabathia made the last out. The top of their order will lead off against Adam Ottavino. So the New Yorker's going to face the Yankees here as he comes out at the top of the 5th.
Well, let's take a look at the game highlights so far. Brought to you by McDonald's Breakfast After Midnight. Now grab select breakfast and regular menu favorites from midnight to 4 a.m. I'm loving it. In the first inning, the Yankees got a run on a bloop single with 2 outs from Vernon Wells, who was a hitting star last night. The Rockies would get a run in their half of the first. Carlos Gonzalez with Dexter Fowler at third. Lofted a medium-range fly ball to left, but with Dexter's great speed and a creative slide, he was able to tie up the baseball game. Chris Nelson in the 4th inning led off with a double. And then Chris Stewart got him home on this sac fly to right center field. And that is all the offense in this game. Mark Razum came out. Tom Hallion visiting. The crew chief, Tom Hallion, ordered the tarp to be pulled. And after nearly a 2-hour rain delay, baseball will resume. It's obviously a great crowd for the Yankees series, even though it's an afternoon game in the middle of a work day. A whole lot of folks have hung in there out on the concourse, some just beneath, waiting for the rain to finally depart. The official rain delay will go in the books as an hour and 58 minutes. Hour and 58 minutes. And here we go with Brett Gardner up for the 3rd time in the ball game. Top of the order, as George mentioned, 1, 2, and 3. It'll be Gardner, Nix, and Cano. And Adam Ottavino, his first pitch is bounced to short. Tulowitzki circles, fires 1 out. Both teams traveling after the ball game. The Rockies to St. Louis, and the Yankees will move on to Kansas City. It's our Toyota Talk inning. And we'll get to some questions right away. Why is the Rockies dugout on the first base side? Folks, every stadium is different, and every clubhouse is different. Most of the time it is on the first base side, but you know, Wrigley Field, where the Rockies will be next week, the home clubhouse is on the third base side. In fact, there's 18 on the first base side, and there's 12 on the third base side. Doug Marino just handed me that note. Doug counted them up in the 18 seconds it took for that question to be read. So it's not quite halfway, but there's far more than you thought on the third base side. Jason Nix with an 0-2 count. Would you guys rather face Walker, Bichette, and Castilla, or Cargo, Tulo, and Cuddy? George, you're a pitcher. You answer that one.
No, none of the above. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, everybody had their success in their time and their era of playing baseball, and it's tough to compare when you start to look at those three versus the other three. They're all very, very good players, obviously.
I threw this out the other day that this group on the field has a chance, Jeff Houston, to be mentioned in that class, and I know much was made in spring training. Dante Bichette said, you know, he wants to reestablish the Rockies at home. The Blake Street Bullies, I think, is the term he coined, the name he coined for them. They have a chance to be equally as good as that group that played here in the mid to late 90s.
Yeah, and that's not just offensively too, because you throw in what they do defensively, and they're just the all-around package.
Well, I'm going to add one other thing to this. You know, when teams start to have great offensive success as an owner and general manager, you go, how can I hold this team together? Well, you have Tulowitzki and Gonzalez locked up, Fowler's locked up, Kadyr's locked up for this year and next, and then the rest are all a bunch of young guys. You have them. They can't go anywhere. Nolan Arenado, 6 years. You got him. I mean, that's the great part about this lineup. There's a lot of young players. Willen Rosario. Then you look over, and same thing with Pacheco. You've got the pieces together for a long time.
That's why it is so important, as Nix is a strikeout victim. 2 gone. That'll bring up Robinson Cano. It is so important for any mid-market franchise in particular to develop and keep the players that you develop on your roster. It's Dexter Fowler. He was raised a Rocky. Tulowitzki obviously raised a Rocky. Pacheco, Rutledge on the right side, raised as Rockies. Nolan Arenado at third, a Rocky. Rosario behind the plate, raised a Rocky. And even teams, Jeff Houston, like the Yankees, they have to do it. They can't just go buy their way to a championship. Now, they've won quite a few. We understand that. But they also, when trouble is hit, it's when the farm system has not produced.
Well, it's the core guys, Cano, Jeter, at the time, Bernie Williams.
Mariano Rivera.
Posada. I mean, that's their core guys that have held that team together for years, and then they add the pieces together.
Or they'll use those guys to go out and get the other guys through a trade.
Yeah, Ichiro came in a trade. (2-0) on Cano. 2 outs. The Yankees up 2-1, and this ball is hit to deep right center field, and it's going to get on out of here. Robbie Cano had an infield hit in the 3rd inning for his first hit in the series. Hits his 9th of the year, and it's 3-1.
Third home run given up on the year by Ottavino. It appeared to be a slider on the inner half of the plate and down. Another look, you could see that Willen's setting on that outside corner, and it just dove back into the middle of the plate. It did not get to the back foot like you would like that slider to do it if you throw it inside.
Here's Vernon Wells, 2 singles, and he takes a slider for a strike. Please explain when and why a double switch is used. Well, last night Walt Weiss employed one, and it's a perfect example of why you do it. The Rockies want to get lane out of the Ottavinos, the Escalonas, the Outmans of the world. So after 5 innings, they went and got Juan Nicasio. The pitch count was getting up there, and Nicasio was due up first in the next inning. Johnny Rivera had made the final out, so it was a perfect opportunity to double switch. They take Rivera out, put the pitcher in that spot. Now you buy 8 places in the order, and they put Brignac in, and he led off the very next inning. Cargo makes the catch on the run. Robbie Cano gives the Yankees a 3-1 lead. Middle of 5 at Coors Field. We're back after nearly 2-hour rain delay. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Ford Explorer. Go, do your exploring. Ford Explorer, go further. By Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Dodge, visit dodge.com or your local dealer today. Rockies lost last night 3-2. So far, another low-scoring game. Rockies prevailed 2-0 on Tuesday night. Rockies lost 2 of 3 to Tampa, trying to not do the same thing here against the Yankees before heading out on the road. Adam Warren, a graduate of the University of North Carolina, same school that Walt Weiss was a big star at in the 80s. Warren will take over in the long relief role against CC Sabathia. Went 4 innings. He was terrific. A run on just 1 hit, a walk, and a couple of strikeouts.
First time that he's ever worked out of the bullpen throughout his whole minor league career was a starting pitcher, where he was 21-17 with a 2.85 earned run average. You mentioned the University of North Carolina. He won his first 19 games.
This is well hit to right field, and it is caught at the wall by Francisco. That's the second time in this game that Arenado has taken an outfielder to the wall. He took center fielder Brett Gardner to the wall back in the 2nd inning.
Yeah, and again, this is a fastball up, and you can see Francisco track this thing. He checked the wall to see how close he was, and then right at the last second extends the arm, makes the catch, and gets the out.
Good view of it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. And Nelson throws out Pacheco for the 2nd time of the ball game, and 2 quickly gone for the Rockies. Colorado has not hit so far in this series. They were limited to 4 hits last night. They have just 1 hit so far in this ball game. Josh Rutledge struck out against Sabathia. Rutledge is hitting 6 of 7, and that fastball at 92 in there for a strike. It's 13 straight now that have been retired by Yankee pitching. And a 2-strike count. There's a couple of all-time Yankees. CC Sabathia and 40-year-old Andy Pettitte. It's amazing. The last 3 times the Yankees, the only 3 times they've been here, Pettitte was a starting pitcher in the first 2 series. And the only reason you're not seeing him in this series is he pitched on Sunday in the loss to the Oakland A's. Maybe they're doing some teaching right now because you have a captive audience around those 2 guys.
Yes, you do, didn't you?
And this is an easy play for Cano. So Warren, a strong first inning. We are through 5. The game is official now. The Yankees lead 3-1.
Over the Colorado Rockies. Well, Adam Ottavino, he is in to pitch right now for Colorado. He's been itching to get in this series. That's because he grew up in New York, Brooklyn to be more exact, and he has been to, well, let's just say several Yankees games.
I just used to go to the game like once a homestand and sit always in the family section. But like it was like an upper deck, and then I don't know, just used to go a lot. Some friends had tickets all the time. Probably been to at least 200 games in the old stadium, so a lot.
Well, his dad's advice as always was don't do anything extra. You're good enough just as you are, and don't get too fired up just because it's the Yankees. Well, it is a Throwback Thursday on social media sites, so why not throw back to Adam Ottavino's youth? He posted this on one of his social media sites recently, of course with the Yankees hat at Yankees Stadium, but he told me today there's no team he would rather beat, and of course with him on the mound now, he has a good chance if the Rockies can get some runs. In fact, it's a big week for Adam Ottavino. He'll head to St. Louis next, and that's where he made his major league debut, guys.
Yeah, it is a big week for Adam, and you're always fired up when you face your ex-club. That pitch is in tight. 2-2 on Ben Francisco, leading off the 6th inning for the Yankees. Chris Nelson, Lyle Overbay to follow. Rockies have been 1 hit thus far, and there's a strikeout for Ottavino. His second.
The one pitch he relies heavily on is the good slider. It is a wipeout slider. He can throw at varying velocities and create bigger breaks, smaller break. This is a very short, quick break on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. You can see the pitch on the outer half of the plate. Swing and a miss.
Nelson doubled leading off the 4th inning and would come around to score. He walked in the 2nd, so he's been on base twice. Trying to get his feet underneath him as a Yankee. Auto glass damage, call Safelite Auto Glass, 303-287-5000, online at safelite.com. This is one of those deals, Jeff Houston, where Nelly's played a lot behind Adam Ottavino. He knows his arsenal, and Ottavino's watched Chris Nelson take a great number of at-bats.
Yeah, so you're never sure who has the advantage. I always put it in the pitcher's hand when this happens.
Well, and the reason why, obviously, Nelly doesn't know what's coming. That's where you can utilize your pitches and do it in different sequences if you want to than what you're normally used to. But on a 1-2 count, typically, Ottavino has gone to the slider. With a lot of people, it hadn't mattered. And he does, and it's off the plate.
You know, the Yankees were shut out, as you're aware, on Tuesday, and then came back with a victory last night, 3-2. Since 2008, after a shutout loss, they're 29-9. And they're 3-0 this year. There's a strikeout. Ottavino gets Nelson, his former teammate, 2 outs in the 6th inning. Lyle Overbay coming up. We ask you to register now for your chance to win tickets to Journey with Styx also on the menu on July 19th at the Daddy of them all Cheyenne Frontier Days. You'll also be entered to win additional concert, baseball, and championship bull riding tickets, and also the VIP grand prize sweepstakes. For official rules and to enter, most importantly, visit cfdrodeo.com/rodeo. Line drive, center field. Dex has it. 1-2-3 inning for Ottavino. Quick and efficient. And now let's see if the Rockies bats can come alive. They'll have 9-1-2 in their order when we return. 3-1 New York. Hit so far. It's the 2nd inning of work for Adam Warren. Are you the ultimate Rockies fan in Utah? Show us why you're the ultimate fan by taking a picture through Instagram or Twitter and tagging it with a Root Fan UT hashtag. For official rules, visit facebook.com/RootSportsRN. A lot of kids playing hooky today out at the ballpark with mom or dad. Great to see. Didn't know how the Rockies would play this. 2 good innings from Adam Ottavino, but they're going to try to get a 3rd, obviously. As the bottom of the 6th inning, Ottavino will hit for himself. 1 for 18 in his career with the bat, and he takes strike 1 from Warren. Warren was a very accomplished pitcher at North Carolina. In 3 years, he went 31-4 at Carolina, which is one of the best marks ever there. Actually, 32-4. 2nd most wins by a Tar Heel to Scott Bankhead, who had a fine big league
That's
career.
a name from the past.
Yeah, haven't mentioned Scott Bankhead in a while. Good swing by Ottavino.
And if you're wondering how often Ottavino works his trait, they do a good job with these hybrid guys, making sure they're in the batting cage 2 times a week. So Ottavino, Escalon, and Outman will go in and swing the bat, along with Matt Belisle, who can swing the bat above average.
And for what it's worth, again, this level is the best in the world, clearly. But Ottavino was a very good, like probably a lot of pitchers, was a very good high school hitter also. Two balls and 2 strikes. And what helps a little bit, you would hope, is that throughout his minor league career, he was a starting pitcher. And he lines this one foul.
And when you get to AA in the minor leagues, the National League teams, say Tulsa Drillers are playing the Springfield Ball Club, pitchers hit. American League teams, it's all the DH.
Well, if nothing else, Huey, he's
Yeah.
making Warren work.
Well, he's taking some quality hacks up there. 2-2, foul off another one, throw out a base hit.
Well, very close to doing that, just on the foul side of that third base bat.
If you're hitting the road, subscribe to MLB.tv to see every Rockies out of market game online and on your favorite devices in HD quality when you're not at home.
And on the ground is short. 1 out, and now we'll see Eric Young Jr. for the 3rd time in the game, though it's been a while.
About 2 hours and 20 minutes.
Well, at least. EY walked in the 1st and tried to bunt his way on in the 3rd. Good play by Overbay. Chris Nelson shortens up against Eric Young at 3rd base naturally.
I just looked at Robinson Cano. He's moved over. I could almost shake hands with Lyle Overbay. He's so close to 1st.
Well, if you remember back early in the game, he tried to push it to the right side, and Overbay fielded it. But that was when he was hitting against Sabathia on the right side.
And an easy play for Cano. 2 outs. "16 Rockies in a row have gone down." Time now for the Coors Light Freeze Camp. Here's the throw from Vernon Wells and the slide by Dexter Fowler to score the only run for the Rockies. It's brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Another look at it. Dexter with 2 outs, nobody on, takes a fastball away, ball 1. Adam Warren grew up in the state of North Carolina. His father actually was a punter at NC State. Adam was not only a great baseball player, he's a tremendous student also. He was 5th in his graduating class in high school, and in 3 years got his degree at North Carolina. Boone Logan on the left side, getting ready for the Yankees.
Getting ready for Carlos Gonzalez, if it would happen to get there.
And 2-2. We thank you again for texting in during the 5th inning and Toyota Talk. For more answers to your questions, as we tell you every night, visit the Root Sports Facebook page at facebook.com/RootSportsRM. Tracy Ringlesby be standing by. There's a hat for you, Frage.
Yeah, not bad. A little dinger hat. Why not, huh? She looked awfully happy to be on TV today.
3-2. Tulowitzki is on deck. Again, Walt Weiss today against the great left-hander CC Sabathia. That's inside, switching his lineup up to the 3-4 hole, putting Tulowitzki third and Cargo fourth. And he said he would do that from time to time against a particularly nasty left-hander. So it's Tulowitzki with 2 outs. Troy had a base hit in the first. That is not only the only hit for the Rockies. Prior to the walk to Fowler, he was the last one to reach. Troy, a base hit and a ground ball to Jason Nix at short. One and one. Rockies have pitched pretty well today also. It's just the Yankees evidently a little bit better. 3 runs, 5 hits for New York, a run on just 1 hit for Colorado. And Tulo lets that one pass. It's inside. Balls and a strike. Veteran Boone Logan. Big arm.
Looking for the matchup. Left-handers have hit him at a 368 clip. Hard to believe as hard as he throws.
He's getting ready for Cargo, who came into the ballgame hitting over 400 left on left. 3-1. Warren's favorite athlete was in attendance on Tuesday night. I don't know if he got to meet him. Peyton Manning's his hero. Fastball count.
Ooh.
And he got a center cut fastball, Huey.
Yes, he did. And he took a home run cut at it.
I would say the only thing that saved this baseball from being square on one side was just a little bit of late run on it.
3-2. Dex will be off with the pitch. Certainly helps if Tulo can hit one in the gaps. Outfield very deep. Basically playing no doubles here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
First 20,000 fans, May 17th, are going to receive a Rockies drawstring bag courtesy of MLB Network. Get yours today at any Rockies ticket outlet.
Ball 4. So now the Rockies have 2 on with Cargo coming up. Joe Girardi's going to make a couple of moves here. I never see a manager with the pan and the lineup card go first to home plate. He's making more than a move on the hill. We'll give you the changes for the Yankees when we return. 3-1. The Yankees leading the Rockies 2 on for Colorado. Cargo coming up. Go in right field. 8-9-1 next inning for the Yankees. So Ichiro will go into the 9 hole. He'll hit behind Stewart. And Boone Logan takes over on the hill. Boone Logan's been a Yankee since 2010. Former Brave, White Sox as well. Used to throw very, very hard.
Still striking out quite a few people, but you see the ERA is at 3.12. Whip is a little high because of the walks. But overall, a 2-2 record. He'll face Gonzalez. I looked up on our stat sheet here in the booth earlier. Left-handers on the season against Boone Logan have hit 368 with a home run.
Cargo brought a 405 average into the ballgame, left on left. He had the sac fly in the first to drive in the only run for the Rockies, and he struck out against Sabathia on a slider in the 4th inning.
And 1 for 4 in his career versus Logan.
Big Boone Logan, 6'5" at about 220. Grew up just outside of San Antonio, Texas. So here we go, 2 on. Cargo at the plate. On the corner for a strike at 93. And Cargo bounces it to first. Easy play for Overbay. That's all for Colorado in the 6th inning. All on Root Sports is brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. By the Honey Smoked Fish Company, secrets in the fire. It's a ready-to-eat superfood. By Connect for Health Colorado, when health insurance plans compete, there's only one winner, you. And by Mike Shaw Subaru, always our lowest price. Lights are on here at Coors Field, but it's as nice as it's been in 3 days.
I can
the sun is
attest to
shining,
that.
blue skies overhead, and Huey doesn't have an umbrella.
Nope.
Third inning of work for Adam Ottavino. He did give up a home run to Robinson Cano with 2 outs in the 5th inning. Otherwise, he's pitched very well. 3 strikeouts. Chris Stewart's at the plate. He takes ball 1. It'll be Stewart, Ichiro, and then the top of the order represented by Brett Gardner. 3-1 New York. And sharply hit. Nice pick by Arenado. He gets his balance and he throws out Chris Stewart. You know, it's amazing when a guy, you hear he has a reputation for being a glove man, and he's had a number of challenging plays in his first week in the big leagues.
But then I like how he doesn't panic once he gets it. Now, this is real speed right here, folks. Boom, it's hit. 1 second. I got plenty of time. Let me get my balance before I make an off-balance throw.
Creeps in on the grass with Ichiro at the plate. Ichiro slaps it foul. And Arenado can pick it, soft hand, very strong and accurate arm, Jeff.
Yeah, well, and from many different arm angles. We've seen him make the bare hand play, coming in on the line to his left, everything. But that last play was just a prime example of a young player just coming up who doesn't panic, doesn't make the off-balance throw, sets his feet, strong throw.
Ground ball to Troy. And Tulo guns it to Pacheco. 2 outs.
For Adam Ottavino, 2+ innings 10 times a year ago. He went 3 innings 6 times a year ago. This is the first time for him to do it this year.
Wilton Lopez in the Rockies bullpen. Adam Claiborne's throwing in the Yankees bullpen. Cargo shortens up in left field. Dexter Fowler's about probably 10 strides toward left center field. Ten normal-sized person strides. Gardner's 0 for 3.
Sliced a ground ball to Tulowitzki on a slider that was slightly elevated but fought it off in his first at bat against Ottavino.
2-1, shortened up, did not offer at it. Center field, Dexter Fowler had him positioned perfectly. And it's the second straight 1-2-3 inning for Adam Ottavino. Stretch time at Coors Field. Rosario to lead it off. Rockies trailing by 2. Yankees leading 3-1. The Rockies have just one hit as they come up in the bottom of the 7th inning. Rosario, Arenado, Pacheco. What's next is brought to you by CenturyLink. John Garland against Shelby Miller tomorrow in St. Louis at Busch Stadium. Miller 4-2 with a fine 1.96 ERA. The league's at just 2.09 against Shelby Miller. I said Adam Claiborne earlier. I meant Preston Claiborne. Preston Claiborne here in the 7th inning as Willeen Rosario steps in. Claiborne had a clean inning last night, throwing the 7th.
Well, you know who's going to get the 8th with the lead the way it sits now. Robertson, and no, that guy with 620 career saves would get the 9th if this game stays the same.
Rosario hit a fly ball to center field last night against Claiborne. And a base hit to left. Maybe that'll get everything rolling for Colorado. Just their 2nd knock of the day. And their first since Tulowitzki in the 1st inning had a base hit.
Well, and remember, too, Arenado swung the bat very well in this game, but doesn't have anything to show for it. Fastball elevated up into the zone, about belt high on a Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Hips clear, hands through, line drive left field, and now you get a look at Arenado with a chance to do damage.
Well, you remember the other day, fellas, when Arenado had about 840 feet of outs, and then the 3rd time up he hit the grand slam. Well, that's kind of been his story this afternoon. He's hit the ball to the wall twice, once in center, once in right. Maybe this one will go beyond the wall.
Well, the air's not as heavy as it was earlier in the game. No rain, the flags, if there's any sort of breeze, is blowing out to right center.
You know what's amazing about Coors Field? The flags, we're going to show you the top of the scoreboard. The 2 flags on the right, now it picks up the minute I said that. The 2 flags on the right a moment ago weren't moving at all. Now they are a little bit. And the Old Glory on the left was blowing like crazy left to right. So it does look to be, as Huey described, a little bit of that vacuum effect toward right center field. And Arenado hits the ball in that direction. Ooh. He was on that pitch. It was up in the zone at 92.
And he likes the fastball up. That's where you can do a lot of your damage, but at times it gets above the chest area and above. It's hard to get on top of the baseball. A very good high ball hitter. Yeah, just a good hitter, period.
Ball cut away at 94. 2-2 the count. Preston Claiborne out of Tulane University. They have a terrific baseball program and also one of the top academic schools in the country. And a comebacker. Claiborne waited, and they'll still turn it over. 1-4-3. It's been one of those days for the Rockies. 7 outs left on offense, down by a couple of runs. Jordan Pacheco has hit the ball on the ground twice to Chris Nelson.
That's an easy 94.
Yeah, and the Yankees have done a good job picking off some late inning guys in the middle to late rounds. Claiborne was originally a 23rd round pick for the Yankees, or excuse me, the Pirates did not sign. He ended up signing with the Yankees when they took him out of Tulane in the 17th round. One. Rutledge on deck. Rockies 11-6 at home, 2-3 so far in interleague play. Trying to avoid a 2-4 start against the American League, and more importantly would be a 2-4 homestand. Base hit for Pacheco. He stayed on that slider.
Let's look at this on the Mike Shaw Subaru Super Bowl. It's in that slider. Started to break, but it backed up to the inner half, and he did stay on that wonderfully.
Josh can get on. Todd Helton has grabbed a bat and moved to the on-deck circle.
Inside on Rutledge. Strikeout and a ground ball to second for Josh. Outside. Rockies in their 2-0 victory on Tuesday had 8 hits. 4 yesterday. With the 2 hits in this inning, they have 3. Larry Rothschild, after the first 2 missed the strike zone against Rutledge, is going to come out.
Talked about Larry the other day. Worked as a manager, the first manager of the Tampa Bay Rays at that time, the Devil Rays. And then later became pitching coach for the Chicago Cubs, traveled with Lou, and then when let go in Chicago when Lou was gone, landed on his feet here with the New York Yankees.
Two-0. 2-1. It's 3-1. Helton has come out on deck. And that's going to be a base hit to center field. That will allow Helton the potential go-ahead run to hit here in the 7th.
They've got Robertson warming up in their bullpen right now, trying to buy a little bit of time, but make sure he's ready before they make the move. Girardi just asked to have the phone call made to the bullpen. We're waving. Mike Harkey is with his hat above his head. You take the hat off as an indication to the manager in the dugout that he is ready. And Joe maybe rearrange a little bit of that roster again, or the lineup.
It looks like he's going to let Claiborne go. Maybe he's waiting. He's
Buying
waiting
a
the
few
last
more
instant.
steps here.
Yeah. You can tell he's coming out. Here he comes. He bought Robertson an extra 2 or 3 tosses in the bullpen. Well, we'll tell you about these changes when we come back. Yankees leading 3-1, 2 on, 2 out. 17 will be up when we return. That would work well right here. Rockies trailing 3-1. They have 2 on, 2 outs in the 7th inning. David Robertson is going to be asked to get 4 outs evidently this afternoon for Joe Girardi. Brennan Bosch has come in right field. Gardner has come out of the ball game. Ichiro will move to center.
It's the other way around. Ichiro came out. Gardner stayed at center.
All right. Ichiro has come out. He wasn't out there very long. Here we go. And there's that curveball. You're going to see 2 pitches from Gardner. You're going to see fastball. You're going to see curveball. Probably wasn't high, but it looked like it was a little outside on the forward strike zone. 1-1.
Melton 1 for 3 as a pinch hitter this year. Versus the Yankees, .320 average, 2 home runs and 8 RBIs.
One and 2. lefty just 167 against Robertson. And he got him on a nasty curveball. And Stewart gets the out at first base. So the Rockies got 3 singles in the inning, but they leave 2 men on base. Off to the 8th, 3-1 Yankees.
Yankees up on the Colorado Rockies 3-1. Joe Girardi played 15 seasons of Major League Baseball. He's been managing the Yankees for 6 seasons. He has 4 world championships, 3 as a player, 1 as a manager. But still, some of his fondest memories come from his time in Colorado from 1993 to 1995.
I think clinching the playoff spot in 1995, as quick as we did it, and how we started off in 93 with a bunch of name tags because we didn't know who each other was. And in 95, we clinched, and Kurt Leskanik was on the mound. That was a special day for us.
It was special as well off the field to see Joe Girardi reunited with Dante Bichette, Vinny Castilla, Walt Weiss. See the old gang back together. They all got a meet and greet before the first game of the series. And of course, as we know, the special relationship between Dante Bichette and Joe Girardi is carried over to the next generation, as Dante Jr. is in the Yankees organization now.
Yeah, a lot of ties between Joe Girardi, obviously, and the Rockies in the early days. Wilton Lopez, 15 games this season. Starting to straighten things out, Jeff, over his last several outings.
Yeah, and he's starting to get the ball down into the zone. That was the problem early on. Everything was elevated, and for a sinker ball pitcher, that's just a recipe for disaster.
Strike 3, nasty slider. Jason Nick sees 3 pitches, and he'll head back to the dugout.
It's all about placement. Jeff put it right. I mean, it's got to be down in the bottom of the zone for him to have any success whatsoever. Early on, for whatever reason, throwing a lot of four-seam fastballs versus the hard sinker.
Now face Robbie Cano. Cano hit a home run against Adam Ottavino in the 5th inning. The only blemish on the work of Adam Ottavino. He faced 10 hitters. He retired 9. And Lopez will get a ground ball here. 2 outs. So Ottavino did a very good job. 2 outs. Vernon Wells coming up. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level seats today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. Wells 2 singles and a fly ball to left field. Wells is 5 for 8 the last couple of ball games. The reason I mention that is prior to that he was 2 for 23 at Coors Field all time. And he's behind 0-2. Lopez, the Astros pitcher of the year last season. He was voted on by the local chapter of the Baseball Writers Association of America. 6-3 with a 2.17 ERA, and this is a one-hopper to Rutledge. Good throw, and he gets his man at first. Strong inning from Lopez. We go to the bottom of the 8th inning. The score remains the same, 3-1 New York. Top of the order coming. Set before both teams head to the state of Missouri. The Rockies to take on the Cardinals. The Yankees will take on the Royals. Eric Young will lead things off against David Robertson. Want the latest updates from Root Sports? Text alerts to 720-720 and receive text message updates all season long. Pretty good deal. Sun-splashed Coors Field now. You would know that there was an hour and 58-minute delay after the 4th inning this afternoon. The original starters, CC Sabathia and Jeff Francis. They obviously will not figure in the decision. Francis gave up a couple of runs in 4 innings. Sabathia gave up 1 run on 1 hit. EY is 0 for 2 and a walk. David Robertson struck out Helton for the final out of the 7th inning with 2 men aboard. Todd was pinch hitting. Rockies had 1 hit going to the 7th. They had 3 singles in the 7th. Did not score because of the Arenado double play after the leadoff single by Rosario. And it's 2-0 on Junior. Dexter's on deck. And it's 3-0. Robertson appeared last night, George, and keep in mind, because of a hamstring strain, he hadn't been out there in a week.
Right, and the other side, EY is creating just what you want, the inability to throw strikes.
And that's not close either. A 4-pitch walk. And now you have EY at first, and here comes Dexter. Auto glass damage. Call Safelite Auto Glass 303-287-5000 online, safelite.com.
Stewart on the season has been very effective throwing out base stealers, 50%. 5 for 10.
I'd still be surprised at this portion of the lineup with a 2-run game. You see EY take off.
A little surprised too that Robertson hadn't gone back to his curveball. 5 straight fastballs nowhere near the zone.
Finally finds the strike zone with the fastball. It's 1-1. Now it's borderline. Robertson out of the University of Alabama, like Josh Rutledge. Brothers and Rafael Betancourt. And Dex is gone.
Yeah, committed on that hard breaking ball, and again, it's so late breaking out in front of the home plate area. Very difficult, right or left-handed, to lay off of. It is a true 12-6 curveball. I was saying, like rolling the ball right off the table, and then the snap happens.
It's one of the better curveballs in baseball. Tulowitzki, a single, a ground out, and a walk. Fairly close play at first. There goes Junior, swung on and missed, and the throw is slightly offline. Didn't go far enough into the outfield for Eric to move up. So Junior does go with 1 out, and he has his 4th stolen base.
Pretty good jump too by EY. The high leg kick, the fastball, and then the exchange down. The ball's on line. Probably not going to be a good ending for EY. Ball just sailed off of him, Cano, and into the outfield. Tulowitzki more of a protection swing for EY on a ball up out of the zone.
And this is on 1 hop to Cano.
Almost got second base umpire Ron Colpa.
Who wants tacos? Fans, if you'd like to receive text message alerts when the Rockies achieve 7 runs or more, text the keyword taco to 720-720. And when the Rockies do score that many, Taco Bell, along with Root Sports, will donate $250 to the Colorado I Have a Dream Foundation. Cargo, a sac fly back in the first to drive in the lone Rockies run. Since then, a strikeout against Sabathia. And in the 6th inning, he grounded out.
If he hits it out, it'd be a rarity to see a ball on the inner half. It's going to have to be out from left center field over to the corner. I don't think they'll give him a ball on the inner half unless it's a curveball in the dirt.
2 strikes. In that curveball count, 0-2. Broke his bat as he fouled that off. That's not, George, where he wanted to locate that curveball. He wanted to bury it.
Well, he tried to overthrow it. And that's what happens at Coors Field. When you try to overthrow the curveball, let your hand get off a little bit to the side, then you end up having a hanging breaking ball. And that's exactly what he got. But it had enough curve coming in and velocity at 80 that it broke the bat.
Robertson lucky that didn't stay over the middle of the plate. And that's what he wanted to do the first time. 3 strikeouts in an inning and a third for Robertson. The Yankees lead 3-1. We're off to the 9th. Southwest Airlines, only online at southwest.com, and by the good folks at Ram Trucks, Dodge, Guts, Glory, Ram. Top of the 9th inning, the Rockies find themselves behind 3-1 as we check in with Joel Klatt out in center field. Joel?
All right, Drew, no motivational speeches today, but we do have Oh No coming up on the post-game show, meaning where did the offense go for Colorado? Only 16 hits and only 5 runs during the course of this series. We'll talk about that. Plus, halfway to Cooperstown, Robinson Cano with his 1,500th hit in this ball game. Joined some rarefied air among Yankees historically, so we'll talk about that a little bit. That's all coming up on the Toyota post-game show.
All right, Joel, thank you. Wilton Lopez continues on. Brennan Bosch, Chris Nelson, Lyle Overbay. 40,972 at the ballpark this afternoon. Third straight 40+ thousand crowd. And all 3 crowds have had to battle the elements. Again, an hour and 58-minute rain delay after the 4th inning today. Quickly 2 strikes on Bosch.
May 18th is strikeout stroke day. Join the Rockies in their effort to raise awareness of stroke warning signs and the importance of acting fast. All fans will receive a strikeout stroke magnet that day. It is on May the 18th. Giants will be here at Coors Field.
Bosch hit that ball to third that Arenado dove and threw to first, and Bosch just beat it. Rutledge throws out Bosch by a step, and he was hustling like that last night. That's why it was such a close play, and the call went in his favor. Vernon Wells scored, and that was the difference of the ball game. That scratch run in the top of the 9th inning against Rafael Betancourt, who really pitched well.
Ball never left the infield against him.
1 out. Chris Nelson, a walk, a double, and a strikeout. Big chopper to third. Tough play. Arenado, bare hand, got his man. Oh, what a play again by Nolan Arenado. By the time he finished, his momentum had carried him past Willeen Rosario at home plate.
High chopper. Nelson thinking he has an opportunity to beat it out. It's the bare hand, one throw all the way through, and it does just get Chris Nelson on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. You can see it very plainly here, but man, what a bare hand grab and throw. He has been a highlight reel defensively since arriving here at the big leagues.
Lyle Overbay takes ball 1. Mariano Rivera. And the left-hander is Nuno.
Little work.
But trust me, it's going to be the right-hander. And that's a punch single the other way for Overbay.
A group of people getting that one shot at Mariano Rivera while he tries to warm up to come in to pitch here in the 9th inning.
Well, Rivera, who announced before the season that this would be his final year. We mentioned earlier he came upstairs and signed the wall in the Rockies broadcast control area. I'll tell you something else that happened yesterday. He was presented from the Rockies with a check for $5,000 to his foundation before the game. And the Rockies also, and Mariano was kind enough to do this, he met for close to a half hour with, there's a bunt, and it's kicked by Lopez, and
foul ball.
It's a foul ball because it evidently went off Stewart's leg.
Well, it does catch him. He's in foul territory, and he does push it out. Grabs the knee immediately.
Walt Weiss is saying, I don't think it hit him.
No, it did hit it. I mean, once the ball's bunted right here, it's going to come up and catch him right on the knee as it goes down, and then as it comes back up again, it gets kicked back out again.
Finish the story. Mariano Rivera met with some longtime employees of the Colorado Rockies, did a Q&A for 30 minutes yesterday also. One and one on Stewart. And he fouls it off. 1-2. Rockies against Rivera will have Rosario, who faced him last night. In fact, he was the final out of the ball game. Fly ball center field. Nolan Arenado and Jordan Pacheco. Rockies still have, most notably, Kadire available on their bench. 2 outs in the top of the 9th. And a ground ball, more conventionally hit to Arenado. So we'll go to the bottom of the 9th inning. The Rockies will try to rally against the all-time best closer in baseball history, down 3-1. thanks for the memories. He's provided a lot of memories for Yankee fans through the years. The Rockies would like to give him a memory that's not so fond here in the 9th inning. Again, it'll be Willeen Rosario to lead it off. The Rockies at least showing signs of getting some things going offensively the last couple of innings. They had 3 hits in the 7th. They had the leadoff walk in the 8th with the right part of the lineup up, but Robertson able to strike out Fowler. You got Tulowitzki on a ground ball to second, and he struck out Gonzalez. Rivera with the save last night. Had never had a save in this ballpark. It was career save number 620, number 1 all time. Ahead of Trevor Hoffman, ahead of your former teammate Lee Smith,
who I think should be in the Hall of Fame at some point. Hopefully he gets in.
I would agree. He was a dominant closer. Seems like that door has been opened a little bit more lately. Bruce Sutter going in, Goose Gossage finally going in. Respect for the guys that have handled the 9th inning.
The thing you have to be careful about when you face Mariano Rivera is try not to do too much. Try to go with the pitch where it is thrown and drive it in that direction. That's what he wants you to do. It's trying to attack the ball and attack it early in counts.
Rosario line single to left his last time up. Here we go. And was that on the corner or off? Because last night it nicked the corner. Last night he got some east-west strikes that looked to be off the plate.
Yeah, he did. And again, that's something that reputation will get you when you throw there consistently. But watch how Stewart sets up behind the plate, too. Very low, center to the body. Throw the baseball to me, misses away that time.
And Mariano has a reputation for not only being an outstanding guy and a very principled guy, deeply religious man, but he's also forthcoming with information. He will share how he throws that cutter, and it swung on and missed, with all of his Yankee bullpen mates, no matter if he thinks they're going to be there for 3 months or 3 years.
It's a matter of can you throw it the way he throws it consistently.
And the answer is no.
No, if that's the case, there'd be a whole bunch of him running around. There's not. And not to take anything away from his velocity, because that was at 90. But back about 6 years ago, it would have been 96 with that elevated fastball. And a lot of times you get the swing and miss off of that.
1-2 on Willeen. Foul ground, Nelson makes the catch, 1 out. That'll bring up Nolan Arenado.
For a guy that has yet to get a hit in this series, he's hit the ball as hard as anybody on this ball club, on either ball club. Some of the deepest drives in this series, some of the hardest hit balls in this series. Yet you're getting an attaboy on the back, and I'd like to turn that around with a swing here.
0 for 9 in the series. You may recall a few years ago, Mariano mixed in a 2-seam fastball to get a pitch that would move the other way against lefties.
He still uses it. He warmed up with it today.
I can't think of another closer in the history of the game, George, that got by really with one pitch. I mean, Suter had the great split, but you had to set it up. Eckersley had pinpoint control, but you saw the slider also.
Gossage had the overpowering fastball that he used 99.9% of the time until he got late in his career and he introduced the slider. Mariano's consistently from beginning to end, it's been the cutter.
And this ball lobbed into shallow left, but Wells will get there. And the Rockies down to their final out. It'll be Jordan Pacheco. Pacheco singled to center in the 7th inning. Rockies held to 4 hits yesterday in a 3-2 loss. They have but 4 hits tonight or today. And just 1 run. Rivera in 14 innings this year has walked just 2 guys.
Oh, you're going to swing the bat to beat him. I'll tell you that right now.
You understand it because the Yankees have such great tradition, but it still is bothersome when it seems like half the crowd is standing and applauding right now with the 2-strike count.
And you're not in New York.
Nope. And Pacheco gets hit. Well, here comes Rutledge. I'm sure Kadire will go to the on-deck circle.
Yeah, you just don't see that ever. Not in that situation, not in that count, but take advantage of it.
Alba right now with the bat coming out on deck. Strike 1 on Rutledge. And a ground ball to short. And the Yankees win the baseball game 3-1. They take 2 of 3 despite having a depleted roster here in Colorado. And the Rockies have a disappointing homestand. They lose 2 of 3 to the Yankees. They lose 2 of 3 to Tampa Bay. Today's Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Delivery of the game is brought to you by Jimmy John's. It was 2-1 when Robinson Cano came up in the 5th inning after the restart. And he got a slider and he hit it out. Just his 2nd hit of the series. And that gave the Yankees a 3-1 lead. And that would be the final score. Visit JimmyJohns.com to find a location near you. With the loss, the Rockies fall to 19-15. The Yankees a surprising 20-13 despite all the injuries. 3-1 final. Stick around. The Toyota postgame show is next.